Good morning, good morning, good morning. What is happening? What is happening on gold? What is happening on oil? Gold at 62. So let's see. Okay. So yesterday we tapped into the zone and quickly we are having the buy today, which we missed. So yesterday my last uh setup was entry at 30 and stop loss at 25. So if you've taken the trade, you should be in 300 pips in profit this morning. So let's see. Let's see if we can, go further for extra, 300 pips. Let's see. So the analysis is still very simple. Gold is still in a range, so let's not forget. So on the 4 hour, we missed a very nice trade. I closed my buy yesterday, but today we moved almost 300 pips. So let's see. We've been in this range for the whole of yesterday, and now it looks like we are breaking above. We are breaking above the range currently. So we should have opened an impulsive sell at 58. Sorry, impulsive buy at 58. But let's see. Let's go to a more lower time frame. So we are currently breaking this range. So this was the range that we've been in since uh, Tuesday, after we had. So yesterday, the CPI data that came shows that gold should buy. That was why we did not have, you see, the news literally did not give us any uh important or any clear candle. It was just spike down, spike up, spike down, spike up. And then we remain here for the whole of yesterday. And today it looks like we are breaking above this. Now, if we want to take a trade currently based on this range breakout, then our stop loss needs to be below the range, which is going to be almost 200 pips. And our target is going to be round number 3340, 300 pips. But let's see. So perfect trade that we have over here. Nice range breakout. So if this 1 hour candle successfully close above this, then we can take, but the stop loss is just going to be too big. Let's see if we can find a way to narrow down the stop loss so that we won't have like too much of that. So let's see. Let's see if this is going to be a confirmed breakout and followed through. But then we have this 3380, that price can just run to first before maybe coming down again. But let's see. Let's see. So it means that if we are to go for any impulsive buys, then our TP is just going to be somewhere around here. And when we break above, then we add more buying positions. So let's see. We are finally breaking this range that we've been in since yesterday. Let's see. So this is all we have on gold technically. Now, if we take this buy, then we have to, you know, TP around 70, let's say 80, stop loss at 41, TP 80. So let's see. We could see that um after this, break, this candle is still, you know, closing bearish. So this could just be like a spike above, and then we'll close into the range once again. So let's exercise patience and see something. If we should open an impulsive sell buy, then this should be the trade. But looking at the fact that we had this break over here, and then we are seeing a bearish pin back forming, means that we should wait. because if we want to map the whole range, the whole range actually sort of starts from like this, right? So if we've not like actually breaks the range, looking at like this, uh the range actually starts from 64 to 400. It's like almost a 200 pip range. So let's just see. Let's just see if we can get another, you know, yeah, you see, you can see if we close below and we get maybe another bullish candle, maybe we might just follow through to the 78. But gold is going to buy. The market is not having any volume. So if we are to take a trade based off this range breakout, then our stop loss is almost 200 pips and our TP almost 200 pips. So that's just going to be like 1:1. So which means that if we open a buy here, TP at 80, stop loss 40. So good is going to buy. Nice. This is an impulsive buy, so let's see. Stop loss is almost 180 pips, so 40. This trade is just 1:1. Alright. SL is 40. The market is still just in a range, you know. The market is still just in a range. And also there is no volume, so everything is just slow. One of the most or one of the usual boring days, you know. About 30, our last trade yesterday, which was the 3330. I if you took that one, or if you are still holding that position, just hold it, because as it stands right now, gold can still go to, 3380, 3385. So yesterday our GA trade went to like almost 80 pips in profits. Let's see. Let's see. 80 pips in profits, and now we've reversed and we are still in 30 pips in profits. But let's see. Let's see. Our GN trade to also in profits. Let's see. We went to literally 124 pips in profit this morning. And let's see if we can extend the sales, right, all the way to 2.25. And if we break this line, then we already know it's going to be what 2.23. So let's see. Crazy for GC. So GC has been flying ever since we break this trend line, and we already know that. So we already know that after a break of a trend line, the target is always what, the high of the trend line. So here we've already exhausted all the moves, and we might just start to consolidate around these zones before maybe we see any minor downside. But for GC, GC, overall move is like bullish, right? And we might just eventually break out of this range that we are creating over here and start, this is on the weekly time frame, and start going to some of these highs, like some of these highs around 1.9, 1.95, or even 2.0, which is like a key psychological level, right? But now we are just after, on the weekly time frame, after the break of, we ranged, then we broke, you know, now we are ranging, we are also ranging, and then eventually we might what break again. And there's this concept in trading currency pairs, right? The concept is very simple. When you have a pair that is in a range, right? That is in a range, and let's say the range is 500 pips, and we've been in that range for a while. When the range breaks out, right? When the range breaks out, the target for that breakout is what? The same range pip count. So if it ranges for 500 pips and it breaks out, then it is going to move forward another 500 pips. So if it breaks above, it will go 500 pips. If it breaks below, it will go at 500 pips. So that is one uh, technical concept you need to have in your head. Another one is the trend line concept. When you have a trend line that, for instance, price is moving on the trend line consecutively, right? This creating what, new highs, new lows. and eventually we break the trend line, retest the trend line, the target is going to be what? The low of the trend line. So which means that when you are able to catch this trend line break correctly, then your target is going to be what? All the way to the low of the trend line. So these are just basic uh, trading knowledges or basic uh, things you need to know in the market, right? And this one, they mostly happens on most currency pairs, especially when the trade breaks in the direction of the trend. Like for instance, this one that we are bullish, right? When we break above this zone, that means that we've broken or we break above the direction of the trend. So we are going to like go, this is like 600 pips. So the next target after a successful break is going to be like another 600 pips, which is going to be around 1.95, which is also like a psychological level on GBP card. So let's see if we've missed all this move. So how I missed the move was I was waiting after we had this last, you know, wedge pattern. I was expecting, or I was waiting for like one more last push into my 1.82, like this green zone, before we have like all this buy, right? But after we created this wedge, we tap on it. So this is where sometimes limit orders also plays a very nice role, because if I were to set a limit order on my trade, then would have got activated, and then now would have been with in all this move now. But I was waiting because I saw this wedge pattern. This is like a falling wedge, and a falling wedge we are supposed to see like another leg for the sell, maybe before later we buy. But it is what it is. News came, after this we got news, and then we had like this massive breakout, and then it just followed through like that. you know we just followed through like that. So we've missed like 330 pips swing trade on GBP card. So our entry I was waiting for like this zone which we tapped, all right, but it was just a tap. So if we had set like a limit buy, then this would have been like the entire move that we are making. But let's see, this is the high of the year, so maybe over here we'll see some reactions, and let's see how the trade unfolds. What is happening on? Okay, so gold, currently we are like 30 pips in profits. Let's see. Yeah, gold, we are 30 pips in profits. We are 30 pips in profits. So let's see. La- Oh, Charlie, these days the crypto market has been like doing some crazy runs. But see, all these moves, a lot of moves are happening on crypto markets these days, but we are just missing. Oh, see, yesterday, all these massive buys, you know. So the same concepts, uh let's see. Solana. See, if you are not able to like consolidate here, Solana can, go all the way to like the all time, not be $300 again. But let's see. This was like when the year started and Trump started his thing. We had all this drop, and it's like we are eventually correcting all this drop. So I should have bought some Solana around, this 160 area, but I forgot. Sometimes it is what it is. Like when you're when you the market is broad. This is what's like makes uh, a lot of the big traders that we see, this is what makes them more profitable because they have like a team, right? They have like a team, and then in the team, some people are looking at a specific asset. Like some people are looking at gold. Let's say some people are looking at the crypto market only. So it makes them not to sort of like miss all these, moves. But when you are doing it alone, it becomes a bit difficult because you alone you cannot be trading gold, you cannot be watching gold, be watching oil, be watching currency pairs, and be watching crypto markets. Like you can't, you see. So it makes missing of moves very, very easy. But it is what it is. So we are like almost how many pips in profits? So yesterday our last trade was 3,330, which I closed mine, but this morning I just took my buy, and let's see if we can smash TP today. We've already moved like 150 pips already for the day, so mm, we are literally like 40 pips in profits. You know, let's see if we can, fill all these levels. What pair should we look at? I am already in my buy a long time from around 58, 59. So I'm like almost uh 40 pips in profit. You know, if you can join the live and then make even 100 cities a day, that is like $10 a day, you know. 100 cities, 200 cities, 300 cities. Free, you know. I am not selling signals. I am not saying that uh, anybody should pay me to join my group to make profits. All you need to do, those who have money, those who have big capitals more than me, they don't give you free trades. They still expect that you pay before they give you. But I gave it free since Monday. From Monday, today is Wednesday. We haven't taken any loss yet. Monday we made like almost 200 pips. Yesterday we made 100 pips on the CPI. And after the CPI, before I closed the live, I gave the last trade, which if you take it by now, it should be like almost 300 pips. I was in, but I closed myself because I was literally done for the day. Like I said, I am not swing trading. When you are swing trading, that is when you hold your positions for like, so many hours. For me, I just want to day trade. For gold specifically, I just want to day trade. Come in the markets, get like 100 pips, 150 pips, 200 pips in a day, and I'm out. You know, I'll come another day, find another trade, 50 pips, 100 pips, 150 pips, 200 pips, and I'm done. You know, trading is one of the most boring jobs. You analyze, you take your trade, and you wait. You do not determine when the market moves or when it should move. You just have to take and wait until your TP is hit or your stop loss is hit. You know, this particular trade, if I was to come online earlier, we would have taken it right from these lows, and we would have been like almost 150 pips in profit now, but still not bad. 40 pips is still not bad. You know, trading is just about capital. This same 40 pips, someone somewhere has closed their trade already. Why? Because 40 pips is all they need. When you put 10 lots on 40 pips, how much do you think you're going to make? That is like $4,000 within how many minutes? Within 30 minutes. When you put 100 lots, that is $40,000 within the same minute. So trading is all about your capital, right? But you and I, we don't have like that capacity to be putting uh, 10 lots, 100 lots on a trade, right? So when we go small with our zero point 0.0, you know, the 0.0, 0.0 lot sizes is not something that is going to give you lifestyle. Or it's not going to change your life. It's just going to give you something that you can be feeding out of. You're not going to buy car from using 0.0 something to trade until you start trading like one lot, two lot, three lot, four lot, five lots. Those big lots. You're not going to have any lifestyle from trading. You know, so it's just what it is. Okay, so let's see how many pips. We just had some small uh so that's like 70 pips in profits, right? We just had some volume coming in the markets, giving us like almost 70 pips in profit so far. So 70 pips. Yeah, 70 pips in profit. Let's see if we can feel 65, 65. Let's see if we can hit 70. Because now here's the new information, right? Here's the new information. Now, this range, right? This level over here, which is 67, this level is what actually caused all this range, right? So as we are approaching that level, we can just stop here and drop again, right? So let's see. The volume is sweet. Let's see. Let's see. Haha. How many pips in profit now? 60 pips in profit. 60, 70 pips in profit. Let's see. So if you want to be overprotective, all you need to do is what? Break even your trade. Why? Because we just moved 60 pips, right? 60 pips. So if you want to be overprotective, it is simple to just what? Break even your trade. So now we can even, you know, reduce our stop loss to 52 now. Why? Because we've already what? Moved or maybe 40. Let me put that 49 below. Good. We've already moved like almost 50 pips, 60 pips, 70 pips. Hey, Solana just hits $200. Me missing Solana from 120 thereabouts really pains me, you know. So let's see if we can 160 pips. So you can break even the trade. Why? Like I've already explained earlier on, that the price can still drop. Why? Because you know the range, this whole area is where the range has started from, which we just tapped. So this whole level here is the range, right? And this level is the mid of the range, and then we just broke above. So now that we've tapped into the high of the range, which is here, unless there's volume, that is the only time we are going to break above, retest, and then we fill this level. Either than that, we can still see, since there is no much volume like that, we can still see like a drop back, once again, then we move again, right? So it's all about volume now, right? So this level here, if you enter from where I also took my trade 58, then already you've made almost what we made 70 pips, so we need volume to break this level, retest, then we continue to head to that level. If not, sellers can come and push the market down once again. So you can just break even, the trade and hold it, right? So let me see if I should. So you can break even, and then if we are able to break the 65, 66, then the next target is the 3380 straight, you know. So price can still you can still see, the price from here, you know, sellers coming in, then they'll reject the price back to our entry, right? But if we have volume, then we'll just break this level and then maybe play around here for a while and then we'll continue going up. But aside that here is a good like a take profit zone. You can choose like if you're able to open, if you open the buy right from the 58, then 70 pips, you know, this is like 1:1. You can either close all your profits or just hold on tight. The daily goal is to just make what 100 pips, 50 pips, 100 pips, and then we can call it like a day. You know, it's not easy to come to the market and make like 50 pips, 100 pips, 150 pips, 200 pips in a single day. So, as a day trader or as an intraday trader, 50 pips, 100 pips, 150 pips is enough. You know, if if you if you if you psych your mind like that, what is going to happen is that you just have to understand that 100 pips that you are making, that you are consistently making, when one day you grow and then you can also put the 10 lots there, even if it is just one lot, if you put one lot on a trade and you move 100 pips and you can make 100 pips, you know, every time with one lot. That means that every time you take a trade, you can easily bag what $1,000. So a week. So you see now we are seeing the sellers trying to come in, right? So we can just break even the trade and see. Ha. You missed the trading. No problem. No problem. You don't need to, you know, you don't need to really worry like that. If you miss trades, it's it's also hustling, right? You're also hustling. The driving is also hustling, so it's all good. All good. Let's see. Trading there, like you don't need to sort of like rush yourself. Or you just have to understand that it is because you don't have like that huge capital. That is why you are not going to be closing trades in thousands of dollars, right? So you need to just I don't like the way the sellers are reacting over here. Like I said, this is the top of the range, right? So we need volume to break it. If not, we can just drop back again. Maybe somewhere around 50 something around here before we see another buy. You know, you see the way we are seeing like massive red candle. So it makes the breaking of this level a little bit hard now. We can still break, but it is what it is. Break that level, we still have like how many pips to go if we break that level? We have like it's almost 120 pips down to go. Very worry. 62. So let's see. The 1 hour just closed, so let's see how this candle is closing. Maybe hopefully if we see, yeah, you see, you have like around 75 as the final take profits. Well, let's see. Unless the price just reversed here, we're just going to go as expected. I want to. Solana at 201. Solana, they are missed the buys they pay me. Euro AUD. So I'm just waiting for like something we buy. Market is crazy. We need to sell for this bit. No stop loss has been hit. It's nice. So currently we have the ability to tap the high, then maybe we drop once again before later buying. So let's see if we can break the 65, because now if we break this 65, if you break this level, we're just going to have like 130 pips run. But also we can, well, we can drop a little bit before we buy. So all this level is a range, right? So we are literally at the top of the range. Yesterday, if you had to take the buy, then we are in a very nice 300 pips profits now, but we missed that one. So let's see. So you can, if this is like 70 pips profits, and let's see, just put it at break even, so that now we are at pre pre New York section. So we are going to see those, up and down. But eventually, maybe by the end of the day, we are still going to see the gold buy into the take profit. I'll I'll be so happy if we see like a sell, like a massive sell, back to this 50, area, 45 area once again. These areas will be sweet for like a good, because if since we've already mixed it, if we should see like the sellers rejecting the price from here, coming down over here will be like a very good area to buy. You see, just simple like 52 area. That would be like a perfect area for us to make like almost 250 pips. But that is only if we are able to like reject from the 66, 65 area down. Aside that, if the sellers are not able to do that, then our trade is just going to run straight to smash order. So it is what it is. Just drop. Fine. I'm fine. And you? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. if you've already taken the trade, break even, because like I said, the market is just in a range. So even today, even today, we can have several times where the market sells down, go up, sell, come down, go up. We can have that thing, right? So until we see some sort of pressure or some volume coming in to break the 65, 66, price will not, head to the TP straight. It can come down, go up, come down, go up. So those of you that you've missed the trade, those of you that, oh, US oil, there is sell. If you are looking for US oil trades, you just look for sales on US oil. You see, but uh it is not like a scalping trade or a day trade. If you want to trade US oil should be a swing trade, right? It should be a swing trade. We have like the potential to drop from 66. So right now, if you are looking for a trade on US oil, this level here, right? So US oil can drop to $60 per barrel, right? But you see, this is what you have to do. This is on the 4 hour, right? If you want to take, if you want to take this sell, right? Then where is your stop loss going to be? That means that your stop loss is supposed to be what? Above what? 60. That is like 65, right? And where is your TP? Your TP is just what? At 60, which is just like 1:1. You see? So if you take a trade like this will, what you have to consider is your account balance, because the stop loss is almost 250 pips. You know, you don't have to, force yourself and come and put in stop loss, something like this, because when you do this, then technically it's not correct, because the price can easily what? Push up several times before dropping, right? So the only safe stop loss on this trade is when your stop loss is above what? Around 65, which is like almost 250 pips. 250 pips for like almost 260 pips. That is just like 1:1. You see? So US oil right now is sell. It's a sell, but the stop loss is big, and the TP is also not what, like, in terms of risk to reward, is not that crazily favorable, unless you take it, and when we come here we break this level, then that is when you can swing trade the oil position all the way to 55, something like this. You get all the way to this uh, low once again. You see, so you can take the sell by your stop loss at 65. So this is for US oil. For when you watch oil, this is oil. You see, so we have the ability on the weekly to fall down. So on the daily, you could see here, right? I was expecting that when the price comes here, I was expecting that when the price comes here, we have like, a buy before this whole sell, but we could see that that buy did not happen. We are just comfortably breaking this level. So the only thing you can do now, if you want to jump into a sell, is to take stop loss at 250. That is like $65 per barrel, and TP at what? $60 per barrel. So it's just 1:1, which, like, for risk management is not, you know, really favorable like that. You know, it's not really favorable like that. Let me see. Let me see. Like on a 15 minute, let me see on the 1 hour. You see, so even if you see, this is like the 1 hour trend. We are just dropping. This is the 1 hour trend, right? You see, we pushed and we are selling, right? So structure wise, like I was saying, for this trade to be invalid means that normal structure, normal structure means that, because you could see this is like high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. And what do you know about like change in character? You need to break what structure. So when you are taking this sell, it means that your stop loss needs to be above this high, because until the price breaks this high, this sell can just what continue like that. You see, so your stop loss, even if you want to use the 1 hour to take the trade, the stop loss still needs to be what above what this high over here. You see, so whether on the 4 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, the sell, the valid stop loss is at 65. You get, so that is just what it is. So US oil sell, but oil sell, oil sell, you know, look at Solana. When Solana is able to break this level, very simple trade. When we break, when we are able to break this level, where's our next target? Our next target is going to be like almost $300 on Solana. But for that to happen, what it means that, you see, so if you're able to break this level in the next, you know, long time coming weeks, we can easily go back to the highs. So this is on Solana. 2 weeks ago, I missed the buy from this, 160 area, and it's paining me because I should have bought. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes when you are trying to watch multiple markets, you are going to miss a lot of trades. It's like you alone, you are trying to do everything at the same time. We are going to miss what is happening on gold. So we could see that on gold currently, because there is no volume in the market, the sellers are not, coming in aggressively. The market is slow. So after this volume, the market is just slow. So we might just continue this slow movement here, and it will just gradually, like, it is not going to happen very fast, but it will just gradually go up, you know. But if you are not yet in the trade, it's just simple. Just wait. We are entering into New York section, so maybe some sales, then we buy again. But we are already in the buy, which we've made almost 70, 80 pips already. So it is what it is. So you get the oil. Oil, oil is a sell trade, right? It's a sell trade. Like, it's a sell. But risk to reward is not really favorable, because it is not like, you know, one thing, one thing is, when you want to swing trade a position, then you have to make sure that your risk to reward is favorable, because this is a trade that you are going to hold like maybe a day, maybe days, right? it can, for oil, oil also moves very fast. So for us to easily hit 60, it is not really like a big deal for oil, right? We can just maybe tomorrow or before the week ends, oil can easily hit 60 and your TP is going to be smashed, right? So if you are taking the sell, then you are going for only 1:1, But one thing about one thing about this whole thing is that, if, like, for me personally, if let's say I have a trade and it is not something that I will take and close within the day, then I want the risk to reward to be sensible, at least maybe 1:3 or 1:4, so that I know that, okay, even if I'm holding this trade, if I'm going to hold this trade for like a whole week, at the end of the week, the profit that I will get should be something, you know, good small. You get. But let's say for instance, let's make a typical example where I am risking like um 200 cities, or let's say $20. Let me just say 200 cities on a trade, and it is going to be a swing trade. Then I want my TP level to be like somewhere around 1:3, 1:4, so that even if it is going to take like a whole week, then I know that after a week, or after a week and few days, I can close my profit in, let's say, 1,000 Ghana, or anything huge small, right? Because I know that it is just a trade that I will take and I'll wait for a whole week. You see, so if I'm going to take a trade and then I'm going to wait a whole week and still just and make only the same amount that I'm risking, which is the $200, then I'll rather go to a pair that I can trade multiple times within the week, to be able to what make that, or to be able to catch up to that same profit target. Because if I take oil, like, this is what I'm saying, if I take oil, looking at where my stop loss is supposed to be and looking at my target, this can take like maybe 2 days for it to come to 60. Or depending on volume can just come in right now and then oil will just drop again, because oil too is very volatile like gold. But something like oil, where I'm going to take this trade and my risk to reward is just 1:1, which means that if I'm putting 200 cities on the trade, if I'm putting 200 cities on this trade, and it's going to take me like 2 days or 3 days for the TP to be hit, that means that after 2 days or 3 days, the only profit I'm going to make is just what, 200 cities, right? Now, that same 200 cities, which means that if I come to gold, that same 200 cities, if I had opened my trade from here to here, right, I would have already like made that 200 cities, and then I'll close my trade. Now I have 200 cities, I'm waiting. When the price drop to where I wanted it to drop, I'll open another buy, maybe make another 100 cities or another 200 cities. I'll close it and hold and wait for another position. You see, that is how you trade like small accounts. You get, that is how you trade a small account. If you had to have an account where you are risking like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, that is when swing trading is sweet, because you know that one trade that you will take in a week, when you wait for a week or two, you are coming to close your trade in, let's say, $10,000. I don't know if you understand. You're coming to close, assuming you risk, let's say, $2,000 per trade. Those that have the capital where they are risking like $2,000 per trade, they definitely just need to swing trade, because the capital you are risking, you don't need pressure on yourself. You need to relax and get a swing trade, 1:3, 1:4, 1:5, right? And then you hold. So by the time you close your trade in a week time, or maybe a week and few days time, 7 days, 8 days, 10 days, 15 days, you're coming to close your trade in $10,000. So that $10,000 in 15 days, if you're able to take like two of such trades in a month, that is like 30,000. So you won't be on the charts 247, like be, trying to find trades back to back. No, 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 no. So capital is a vital thing in this game. If you don't have capital there, you stress every day. You stress, you have to come every day and look for trade. You get. So, like a typical example, let me go to, let's say this trade, right? This is GBP card, right? Now, according to the technical, we have like the ability to go after the break of, like I've explained it from the beginning of the uh, live, that there is one basic thing you need to understand when it comes to trading, and that is when you have a range, right? There are some basic knowledges you need to know in the market. And these things, when you trade over time, you will begin to know them. When you have a range, right? Maybe a daily range or a weekly range that the price has been ranging over here for so many weeks or so many days. When that range finally breaks out, when that range finally breaks out, the target for that breakout is the amount of pips it has been ranging before the breakout, which means that if the range was from here to here, which is like, let's say 600 and let's say 700 pips, and this is a weekly range or daily range, right? When this range finally breaks out, the target of that breakout is going to be the same pip count as it was ranging, which means that when it breaks out, it is also going to move the same what 700 pips that it has been ranging. You see, so a similar concept here. When you watch this pair, you could see that what over here we've been ranging for what a very long time, right? And when we finally broke out of the range, look at this. We've moved, we're in this range, which was like almost 600 pips. What is this? Now, after the breakout of the range, you see, we've moved what? Another 600 pips. And then after that 600 pips, it's like what? The market is struggling to go further. So currently here, we are also in another range on what? GBP card, which is 600 pips. We go, we come, we go, we come, and we are going again, right? So now there's a possibility that what? We will come maybe once again, right? But if this range breaks out, if this one breaks out, then what is the target? The target is just very simple. This is what? A 700 pips range. So when it breaks out, then we are going to do what? Another what? 700 pips, which when you watch over here is also what? A key psychological level, which is what? 1.95, right? So a breakout of this same range will move price another 700 pips. You see, so those who trades like big capital and they know these things, they all that they do is open one position and wait for the target to be hit, and they don't care if it's going to take 4 weeks, 5 weeks, how many weeks, they don't care. Why? Because the capital that they are risking, when they close the trade, even in 4 weeks time, 5 weeks time, 2 months time, the profits they are going to close the trade, some of us don't even make that profit in an entire year. You see, so somebody who is risking like maybe $10,000, when that person puts hold a trade for all this level to be hit, he can end up closing his trade like maybe 1:5. That is going to be like 50,000, 60,000. You see, and he only needs like two of such trades, or three or four of such trades in a whole year, and he can be okay. Because if he takes his time and scan through pairs very well, and he's able to do that like four times in a year, 50k, 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 four times in a year, it means that in a year he can easily close what, 200k profit. You see, you and I are not closing 200k profit in a year because we don't even have that capital to even go and read those things. You see, so that is just what it is, you know. So these past 2 weeks, for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we've been selling, and then we had like the reason why for GBP card, the reason why I am not like in a buy here because all these 2 weeks was news that gave like these huge buys, and now already we are at the top of this same range. So uh we can just still have like another 2 weeks candle selling back to the range again. Range trading is simple. You open a sell at the high of the range, you open a buy at the high of the range, right? That is all we do when it's about range. You see this GBP NZD, this is also like a range, right? This is range. Let's go to GBP, you know. So I said I open a sell around here. So we are still like we went like almost 130 pips, and then now we are still like 90 pips in profit. So let's see. Even this one looks like, you know, let's see if we can drop. If not, it means that already straight to we're 85 pips in profit, and then we've reversed once again. So let's see. Okay, so it looks like baby gold will not give us any second chance to take any um so let's see. Now here, if we want to open an impulsive buy, because right now what is going to happen is that if we break this level, right? If we break this level, it simply means that the sellers, people that were trying to sell over here, they've been what, overtaken. So we can just have like a continuous push, because this is just like 100 pips, and 100 pips in gold is not really like a difficult thing for it to do. So we can just, within the next 3 4 candles, we've filled this gap already. So here, if we want to like take another aggressive sell, and sorry, another aggressive buy, then that would be like an entry here, stop loss below 56, whilst the TP is still what, here, right? But I am already in my trade from 58, and I'm expecting it to, you know, go to 80. But also, Like I said, I would love to see one more down to maybe 52, then a buy. Because when that one happens, this is like 200 pips. But if I'm able to get it here, then that is going to be 300 pips, extra 100 pips, and we might even just break this level and extend all the way to 3,400, So let's see. The 65 is very strong. You could see, even though the buyers are making several attempts, we are still not breaking. So it's a very tight level that can give price to go down a little bit. Again, 66.2. Again, cause I'm not in love. It's just a flirt. Don't leave it out. 'Cause it's not enough. It's for me. GN, we have the ability to drop, yeah. We have that because this is also in a range on top of the range to somewhere around 2.25 or 2.2500, which is like a key psychological level, right? But but if it fails, what it means is that on a higher time frame, we've broken the range, right? We've broken the range. And all this level just right here, when we break this range, it is simple buy, right? It is simple buy. So what is going to happen is the sellers are going to try so hard to protect this level, right? But when we break, then it is a complete buy, right? Complete buy. Uh, Gold, we are still 80 pips in profit. So let's see. Let's see if we can break, can close, above here for us to feel the same concept that I am showing on the GN. You see, we had like all this massive drop, right? And then this here is like a void, an empty space. an empty space. So what is going to happen is that if the sellers are also like if the sellers are not able to protect this 65, right, and it breaks, then it is going to be like a run through. Like the buyers are just going to run through them. So here we are not going to see any like slow movement happening here. You're just going to see like massive candle, like volume that will just maybe in 45 minutes or in 1 hour, then all this place will be filled. So the sellers over here will also try to protect this 65. That is why for the past 1 hour now, the price has just been here. We had this you know sellers coming in, then people try to buy again. So here is a very important level. you know so let's just see. So we have 120 pips to run if the buyers are successful, but if they couldn't, then we are going to drop to 52. Then maybe from here we'll go again. you know Finally we break. So it's the same concept. So you could see that here too, the same, like we had these cells, right? After this cell, what happened? The same, we are just in this range, right? So in this range that we've been in for a very long time, the sellers are going to try to protect what the high of the range, because when they are not able to hold, then when it buys, it is going to be what? A run through. So here is just going to be like, but this is like 500 pips, right? So this one is not like gold. So this one can take like days or even weeks, but it's just going to be like buy, 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 buy like that. Same concept. Gold, the same concept where we just had like this massive sell, right? Sell, range, 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 trying to break the range. And then this is the last part. Once we break, that this is like a free movement. Like this is like a free movement for gold to run through. The same concepts, right? We dropped range, 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 range. We are protecting the high of the range. If we break through, this is going to be a run. You know. So like I was saying on the like previously, that there's this basic concept in trading that is especially on currency pairs. That is what, if you are in a range for a long time and then you break a range either to the buy side or to the sell side, the target of that breakout is the pip count of the range, which means that here, you see, we've been ranging over here, right? So if we take the pip count, this is like almost 600 pips, which means that if we break out of this range, let's say to the upside, then we are going to move another what, 500 pips. You get it? So if we are able to break this level, then we are going to move the same pip count that we're in this range, because the big traders are going to see this as what, a range breakout, and when they open their trade, they're going to put stop loss below the range, and then they expect it to go all the way up. It's the same way. If it breaks down, then we are going to go all the way down. Easy. So that is the reason why this, when you begin to have such understanding, then you realize that your trading is just going to be simple. You're not going to be complicating things. You're not going to be on the chart and be drawing things and be labeling things and be doing. No, no, no. You know, is there are some charts, they are simple, especially these, you know, concepts. Another one is what? The trend line concept, which you also need to have at the back of your head. When you have a trend line like this, that price is respecting. We have a trend line that the price is respecting the trend line, right? We are going, creating series of what? New highs and series of what? New lows, and we are going. Yeah. When we eventually break the trend line like this, and then we have whatever correction we are supposed to have, right? The target for this break of this trend line is the low of the trend line. So concept like this, you don't need to be so a trade like when a trend line breakout, when you are able to time it and you get the breakout correct after a pullback and you get it, the target is going to be like how long the trend line is. So if the trend line is, let's say, uh, a weekly trend line and it is like 2000 pips, you should know that that is like a complete change in trend. So in the next couple of weeks or year, it is going to be, targeting the low of that trend line until that concept is, until that level is complete. So here, it becomes simple, right? So a concept like this, what are you going to do? These are the levels where you have the potential for price. So here, like here, on the same trend line, these are levels where you're going to see what? Buying reactions, right? But what is going to happen? This is where price drops, taps here, and then a lot of people start to open buys, right? Then the price will go up small, then it will drop against them. Then a lot of people open price, it will go small, then it will drop against them. You see? So if you know these things, that after a break of a trend line and a proper correction, the target is a low of a trend line, then all these levels on your chart are just going to be like your reaction zones. So you will not see price over here and start buying, start buying, start buying. You are even going to be using these levels to add more sales to the trade. That is how people do swing trade. That is why you can see one person, like people holding their sell trade for like a very long time. And when they close those trades, the reason why most of like this concept like this, the reason why I will not trade a concept like this is because one, I don't have like, I'm not trading big capital where I know that for instance, if I open a sell over it and it's going to take like maybe 7 weeks for the price to reach here, right? And I am risking, let's say, $20. That means that even if it is, let's say, 1:6, I need to wait for 7 weeks before my profit will be hit. And even when the profit is hit, I am not even going to be closing anything above ordinary $1,000, because that is going to be like two times six. Two times six is just $120. So I have to wait for how many weeks? 7 good weeks only to close $120. You see, but someone who is risking like $10,000, those the big players, the big boys, that they are risking $10,000, $5,000, $20,000 trade. This is like when they open one position over here, they can go and sleep, because even if it's going to take 6 weeks, when they are coming to close this trade, which is like maybe 1:6, that is going to give them like $60,000, $70,000 just from one trade. You see, so they won't be on the chart every day and be, you know, struggling and be mapping levels and be, no, no. Me one day if I get money, that is how I'm going to trade. I'm not going to sit beside my computer like, 247, and I'll be having like other businesses to run. So all I need is to trade what? Basic concepts. Like for instance, gold, right? Gold. sensibly, right? Sensibly, if I want to like, if I were to have enough capital, I won't, what am I doing on 5 minutes? What am I doing on 15 minutes? What, like, I'm just stressing myself. I'll just go to the daily. Very simple trade, right? On a daily, let me use another chart to sort of like explain it well. Now, this chart, now on a daily, what can I see? I can see that what gold is in a range. And where is the range? This is high of the range. We have this impulse leg over here. And then we have what? So this is literally what? The range. So the range that we are trading in on gold is here, right? So technically, technically, it does not make any sense to be opening buy in the middle of a range. That is why we are struggling. You see, we are in a range. And how do you trade a range? Either you open a buy at the low of the range or you open a sell at the high of the range. But if one of the level is broken, let's say the sell is broken, then all you need to do is to open your buy above the range. And then what is going to be your target? I've already explained it, which is going to be what? The same pip count or the same pip count as the range. Boom, like this. So the people that have money with this, they are not going to be in the chat and be like, hey, gold is coming down, gold is, let me open. No, 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 no. They are going to wait like this. So after a break above this low, they will just open their buy and then they'll go and sleep, because that is the concept. That is how the markets move. That is how it is going to move. So they can open a buy above this level, and what is going to be their target? 3,600, 3,000 what? 700. And they are not going to be in a trade where they see like 100 pips drop and then they are panicking like the way we've been panicking. You see 200 pips drop, then your heart is all over the place. No, no, no. They won't do that. So sensibly, sensibly, we are not supposed to be like in any trade. We are not supposed to be in any trade because we are in the middle of the range. So those guys, they are going to wait for only two things. Either the price will drop and come here for them to buy, or they'll wait for what? A break, retest, buy. Simple. They won't be mapping here FVG, WP. No, 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 no. You know, it is because we want to be on the 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 minute. That is why we are struggling. You get, so that is the only way we to. So trading is very simple before, right? Trading is very simple. Like those who want to sell this market, what do they need to do? They only need to wait for the break of this, range, this range that we are here. Once this range is broken, they will just open their sales from here and it will come here. Simple. Drag and drop. They don't need to come and be doing any every day, every day with the chart, every day with the chart, you know. So it is just one of those things. So as you get the money there, you have to struggle. You understand? You have to go through the 5 minutes, you have to go through the 5 minutes and the 15 minutes. So currently you could see here that for the past how many almost 2 hours now, you could see the price, the sellers are holding here very tight, you know, even though we are seeing buy candles, but the price is literally just struggling here. You see? So this 65 is a very strong level. And when it breaks, you already know. And it breaks, we've been here for like almost 1 hour, 45 minutes. And we are not doing anything. You see, this is the trading for you. You almost 1 hour, 45 minutes, nothing, right? So we are waiting for. I am already in a buy from here. And I've put my trade on a break even, which means that even if we have like massive sell, I am not going to lose anything. I'll wait for more drop for me to open another buy. I am not going to sell the market, right? I am not going to sell. According to 4 hour, the only time I should be selling, like I said, since Monday on the 4 hour chart, the only time I'll look for sell is when I see a 4 hour candle close below what the 30. I've explained this thing since Monday. And from Monday, we tapped the 30 and we bought, right? So the only time for you to sell on the 4 hour is when we break above 3,330. Then we can look for sell opportunities down to what this lows. Other than that, so far as the price remains above this level, the only thing you should be looking for is what? Buys, 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 buys. Right? So right now I'm expecting the price to go to 80, and after the 80, where's the next target? 3,400. And after 3,400, where's the next target? 3,431. And eventually, maybe we might break this level and continue to what? Go to 3,500. You know, so it is what it is. Now, another thing, for those who even have enough capital, right? This is like from here to here, it's like 370 pips, right? 370 pips. If let's say I have enough capital, what do I need to do? This is like on a 4 hour, this is a buy confirmation. On the 4 hour, this bullish, this is like, you see, this is the 4 hour range and we broke the range. This is a nice breakout. Open a buy, stop loss below what? The low of the range. And where is going to be your target? The high of what? This level. This is like 1:1, and you can even extend it or swing the position all the way towards 3,500, right? But now, why am I not opening my buy? Why am I not opening my buy? Because of what? Capital, right? Why am I doing that? This is like 350 pips range, right? This is like 350 pip range, which means that even if I put the smallest lot, which is 0.01, this is going to cost me $35. You see, this is going to cost me $35. And that $35, that same $35, if I bring that same $35 to the 15 minutes, right, or the 5 minutes, then this time around, I don't need to put my stop loss all the way here. So all I need is, for instance, this trade to here was 350 pips. But what is the stop loss over here? This is like only 80 pips, which means that within that same $35 that I would have just opened on that trade, I can squeeze in, and instead of using 0.01 this time around, with risking the same $35, I can be using something like 0.05, which means that if the trade goes, I'll be making more profit than just opening the 0.01 and going to sleep. But if I were to have money where I'm risking like $1,000, $2,000, I can do things like this. I can easily open my buy and go and sleep, because if I should open a buy over here, if I should open a buy over here and it goes higher and it continues to go, right? This is like literally like 1:2. So even if you are putting like $1,000, you'll be closing this trade at $2,000. And if it breaks to the 3,500 that we are expecting, then you be closing this trade in about what, $4,000. You see, so it is because of capital. That is why you see a lot of us trying to trade on 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and it looks like because of the 5 minutes, 15 minutes, you have to be like with the chart constantly. Every day you have to be with the chart, but there are easier ways you could trade, you know. So that is all for gold. Let's see. We are entering into the new section, which is the New York section. So let's see. Since we are entering into a new section, let's see if we can have some drops from that 65 to, you know, to let's say 52, 50, those zones. Then we might be able to get some extra buys. What is happening on this chart here? Mm, CGBP where's my yen? So you see now this is a very nice level to open a buy. So GBP has the ability to move almost what 700 pips, right? But how can you take this trade so that what it is very simple, right? So this is it. Drag and drop. We are in this range, right? We are in this range. When we break this range, where's the next target? You see where I put my next, which is like 215. Simple drag and drop, right? This is the entire range. This is the entire range. Break off the range, drag and drop. The next target is going to be like 21 or 15, which means that now that I know this, right? For those that they have money, they can just simply open after the closure of here. What they are going to do is that they will just want to see a confirmation of a retest so that it won't be like a fake breakout, right? So that it won't be like a freak where it will just like it will just go and drop back into the range again. So what they are going to do is as they are seeing these breakouts, they are happy. They just want to see a retest and any uh, buying pressure they see over here, they'll open a buy and they are going to hold their trade first TP, break, go above second TP. You see, so the trading is not hard. We are the ones making it hard, right? We are the ones making it hard. So now, this is it. Now that I know that what this thing has the ability to move here, that means that what there's no need for me to be opening sales on GBP JPY for a very long time now, unless what we see a close back into the range, which is like a fake what breakout, and then we close back into the range. All I need is to go to maybe a lower time frame, 4 hour, 1 hour, and what am I going to be doing? Reading the maybe so this is like the 1 hour, right? And you could see now we are moving on the 1 hour. So all I need to do is to start to read the 1 hour structure and use the 1 hour structure to what keep buying until what target is complete, right? So currently we could see that we have like some sort of trend line here, right? That we have is very simple. We move, we arrange, and then we are moving. So very simple over here. This is like a buy, and when stop loss around 98, you know. So we can open. But me, I'm not going to take this particular trade. I'm not going to take it. I already have like some GBP pairs that's like I have my you know GA trade and I have my uh GN trade. I have two trades on GBP already, so I don't want to like take this one. But this is a very valid buy where we can open a buy. But you see, this is the thing. The range is a daily range. If we go here, it is a daily range. So now the only time we can confirm that the buys can continue is when we see a daily candle close above, because Now this is what is going to happen on the 4 hour, on the 1 hour. It looks like, yeah, it is breaking, so open a buy. But you can open a buy, then within some few hours, what is going to happen? Price drop back. Then you are stuck in your buy position whilst the trade what begins to what go down. You see. So for you to confirm that we actually have a break, then we need to see the daily candle actually closing, like the whole day closing above. And when it close above, then we cannot go on the 4 hour to look for what some pullbacks, or 1 hour to look for some 1 hour pullbacks and open what buy positions. You know, that is how we do it. So gold back to 62. So you see, for the past so many hours now, you see the volume that is coming with the sales, because what, this is the top of the range. This is where we broke out over here, and then we've been in this entire range. So we are now at the top of the range, and it is just likely that what we are gonna. But I love it that you want to sell, right? Because if you are able to see more sales to this 50, or even break ground and come back to this 40, this will be nice. Like, we just open another buy over here. Why will it be nice? Because we are now coming to get more pips. Because if it comes to, let's say, 40 and we open a buy, you know we can get more pips. Let's see. Let's see. We made most 80 pips. For gold, yeah. Also, let's not forget that on the monthly, like I was explaining, you could see Pimba. Sorry, this was a massive sell. After this crazy buy for the past 3 months, what have we been doing? Sells, sells. So it's like on a monthly, we also range, right? We are ranging on the highest time frame. You see, so this range is what is transcending to all the lower time frames, because even on the highest time frame, we are still range. You see, the highest time frame, we are still range. So we can still see like this kind of the way this pin bar, this bearish pin bar that we see. This month too can close as a bearish pin bar. The whole year we can even just remain here for the year to end. Like, gold can just start trading between 3250, 3200, 3400, like this 2000 pip range. We can just be trading here for the year to end, unless some like fundamental, unless some fundamental comes in to for us to have like another buy candle. Unless Trump says something, you know, unless Trump says something or do something or something. That is the only time we are going to have like another, you know, bullish candle, right? So the whole market for now to whenever, we're just going to be ranging. It will buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Like that's you know, So here we can have like the price push about to somewhere around maybe 3 4, getting to 3,500. But before the month ends, then we see what sells back again. You see, like this type of sales, this type of sales, this massive, continual sales. You can see another one here too again. You see, so trading is what, like I said, it is more of reacting than trying to predict. Unless you are swing trading, that is when you be like, oh, gold will go here, then you open and then you go and sleep. But so far as you want to day trade, you cannot be predicting day trading, or you cannot be predicting day trade. All you need to do is react, right? All you need to is to do is to react. Like you see here, if I had wanted to be doing buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, like when I saw the price, stuck here, refused to go high, I would have opened what a sell and then 50 pips. Then you close it. Then you wait. Like I said, maybe if it comes down a little bit, you open another buy. But my only time of opening or trying to look for sell trades is when the price breaks below here, a 4 hour breaks below here. Then I can look for like continual sell trade. Aside that, so far as the price remain above the buys and buys. So you can go up several times, drop, buy. I'm not gonna take the sell, drop, then I buy, drop, then I buy, drop, then I buy, like that, until eventually we take this level out. Okay. So if you speak today, then we are likely to see volume in not just gold, every pair. The guy, Charlie, US is this thing, Yes, they are powerful. Imagine, imagine when your country president speaks, an entire market moves. When Mahama speaks, nobody cares. The whole world, if Mahama like, let him speak from morning to evening. The market is not going to do shishi. You know, the market is not going to do shishi. But if Trump speaks right now, the entire market is going to what? Respond to whatever he decides to say. Sorry, God bless America. Hmm. God bless America, the most powerful nation in the world. Because, Charlie, so my trade is almost hitting break even because how many pips left? Literally 10 pips. Then it is going to close. Sad. But let's see. Let's see. Let this kind of close this because if Trump is going to speak, that means that you can just see, boom, from the Trump speaking. This year, most of these crazy moves that we saw, you see, when you come to this pair, for instance, all these moves, all this, you see, one candle doing how many pips? 300 pips, one candle. And this is on a currency pair, one candle doing like 500 pips, one candle. It is our man that is doing it, you know. This type of moves, if you are in, they are sweet, but if you are not in, or if it is against you, you smell pepper. You know, the reason why I am also, oh, I've been stopped out. They dropped almost 70, 80 pips. Been stopped out. No problem. I'll see if I can be able to take another. Really. The same concept, news, massive buy. You try to correct it, and then just when you think it, another news came in again. You know, constantly, constantly. But if we break this high, it means that we are gonna come to 850. You know, one thereabout. Let's see. Let's see how we react over here. Maybe I'll get another selling opportunity to take it. This one we still have 60 pips in profit. Let's see. Let's see. What is gold doing? Gold 62. So I'll wait for now. Let me wait. I'll remove this entry from here so that it won't confuse anybody. We've already taken that trade. That went like almost 80 pips, and then we are reversing now. Since we are entering into the New York section, I am just I want the volume to push the price down because it looks like the sellers are taking charge of the uh 65, right? So you can still see the drop, maybe back to this 52 or even back to 42, then another buy once again, you know. But let's see, let's see. So no buys yet. Let's just wait. Like I was saying, let's just mm, maybe somewhere around this 52. If we see, you know, if we see the reaction above this level, then another 100 pips, then we go to the, you know, or the low here will also be nice for like another buy. So let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see. There is nothing to do. We've already made like 60 pips. I say 60 pips, 80 pips on the first trade. So we will deploy. That's $59. Let's wait, let's wait, let's wait, let's wait, let's wait. What time would the Trump be speaking? Trump. Where's this guy's Forex factory guy? Today is Wednesday. Ah, okay, 3:15. I see. So then before that time, we can. Then if Trump speaks and it's not anything good, you can see massive sell here. Well, let's see. So guys, let's wait. If we can see uh the price drops, we break that 60. That 60 is like break retest of that level. But if you can see more sales around those 50, 52, those lower prices, then we can buy from there. So for now, let's wait. So so we could see that, you see what happened from here. This looks like we had a breakout, right? And I said that what this whole range is starting from 65 down to this level, right? So we just had a rush to tap into the 66, and then what, we are dropping back into the range, right? So now now we had this we had this 15-minute candle close below it. So now it looks like we are having like a high, a low, high, we close below, we are retesting for us to like sort of like go down more, right? So there is patience over here because this is a range, right? And so far as we are able to close back below this 58, that means that there's a possibility that what we can push down to the low of the range maybe before we see another buy here again. So here we just have to wait. Anything jumping over here to buy, gold can just fall against you. The appropriate zone will be to wait maybe around 52, then we buy. Or if it breaks aggressively, then here will be a good level to open buy because it's in a range, right? It's in a range. Gold is just ranging. So there's nothing much to do than uh, try to with 55, 50, 55. Let's see. sell gold and first TP for gold is going to be 3334. And if the sales extend, then we can see gold drops all the way to what? 3316 and further drops further or further more to what? 3270. So gold this week, I'm expecting a sell when I see the confirmation on the 4 hour. Another way to take a trade on gold is if the price breaks above this resistance and we had a retest, then gold will continue to buy all the way to 3340, which means that if gold breaks back above this trend line and retest the trend line, then the buyers push the price all the way up again, which means that if I see gold, I see a confirmation break rated, I can take the buy to 3340. Stop loss for this trade is going to be based on the entry that we're going to have right over it. So gold this week, I'm expecting to see a continuation buy. We have the sell zone. So we have two levels. If price gives me a confirmation from here, we sell. Now, going further to 30 minutes, which is a more lower time frame, then all we could see here is that what this week's price action is even more simpler. So all that we need is to get a confirmation, a sell confirmation from this zone like this. You can get a sell confirmation from this zone, then we sell gold. Stop loss above. The appropriate stop loss should be around 91. TP, first TP, 3334, second TP, 3315, and further TP would be the break of this level all the way back towards where the entire has started from. So this week, gold, I'm expecting sales, but another way for me to buy is if I see the price extends, break, retest, and form a bullish pattern over here for me to look for further buy to the 4 hour resistance, which is for me to look for a buying opportunity above 3382 confirmation comes and then I buy gold all the way up. So this week is very simple. It's clean and direct price action. If I see a sell, then I'm ready to sell gold all the way back. First TP almost 400 pips, second TP almost 600 pips with a 150 pips stop loss. You can easily get 1:4 sells after a confirmation. Or if that does not happen, then we get a break above retest and then we continue to buy all the way to 3340 with a stop loss below this sell. So gold, technically, we can expect sells if we see the sell. Why? Because on the data, the gold report tells us that this week we should expect selling opportunity, which conforms to our technicals to sell from this level. But if the sales fails, since gold is barrel bullish and the sell fails, then you have to wait for that break, retest, which confirm The market is extremely boring. I shall say the only time we are going to see some nice moves will be like during the Trump uh the only time we are going to see any move will be when Trump speaks, And the thing is, when this one, Trump speaking is not like a data that we can go to the Forex factory and then be able to know if the data is going to be positive or negative. Nobody knows what he's coming to say. You see, nobody knows what he's coming to say. And so far, everything Trump says only ends up being, uh, you know, something that just spikes the market in all directions. So I am waiting to buy from that 52, but you see, like I'm not yet in any buy. I am waiting to see if we'll get the reactions over there because you see what happened. We are in this range since Tuesday. You see, since Tuesday we are just in this range. Yesterday, what happened? We had this fake out news, you know, that did this, and then a lot of people will start jumping into sales, thinking that it will continue going up. But look at what happened. It closed back, right? And look at what happened again. We broke this one. So this one we took our first buy earlier today, and then it went like only 80 pips. Where I was expecting that it should continue, but look at what happened. After several hours, we've reversed back into the range. You see, so now we are just in this range. So if anything, the best place to be buying is going to be what at the low of the range, which is like you see, which is like this 40 area. So this will be like the only um sensible place to say that okay, we want to try a buy to see if Trump speaks, if we can get like some massive buy from this area, right? But again, looking at this range, this level here, this 52 area here, 52 to 60 area here can also buy. But if you want to buy from here, then our stop loss needs to be all the way below what 39, which is like almost 120 pips expecting here. But looking at the way these candles are forming, we are not seeing any like we are here, but we've not seen any reason to enter the buy. That is why I'm still waiting. Yeah. So like right now, there's no trade. I won't, even though the price is here, I won't take it. I'll just wait for until the man speaks because whatever that he will say, nobody knows. You understand? Because so far as we are back into the range there, it's some way big. It means that we can easily come down or whatever that he will say, it will just like you see. Huh. So when he starts speaking, you're going to see this type of, one candle doing like 200 pips type of moves. You know, if you go severally, if you go and you check, anytime he speaks, we see such. Uh, the last time that he spoke, the last time that he did he we had Trump's speech was when we had all this massive drop. You see, so if whatever he is coming to say today is, if we should try and guess, then we can just see it get a drop like this again. But let's see. And once again, this level for gold, this level is a psychological level, right? 3350, 3345, 33 what? 55. So in this range, we are going to be seeing buy sells, buy sells, buy sells until until when. So you see. So this one, unless you are using like some big lot, then you just enter here fast around 55, then you open, then you move 40 pips, then you close it, then that might be stress, right? I'm not seeing like anything to this one is just based off we had like high, low, high. So I expect that when we come here, okay, we have like another high, you see. So this one is based off um technical trend line 1 2 third touch should go to this 3380. But Trump, everybody now is going to be waiting for Trump to do whatever he wants to do. When he speaks, whatever that he says is going to affect like every asset, everything, whatever currency, whatever you are trading. When he speaks, it will affect everything. You know, Trump is powerful. When when that man speaks, the whole world shakes. You know, you see. Let's look at Solana. You see Solana. See, we are just what searching, right? So the crypto market now, you see, this is BTC. BTC is just like crazy, 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 crazy. You know, break, buy, break, buy, break. We are buying, right? So right now, whatever that he's coming to say, whatever that he's coming to say, is going to either create another all-time high on BTC right now, or it will crash it back. You see, so Trump has whatever that he's coming to say right now. We can see BTC fly from here once again to maybe 130 area, or whatever that he will say will just, then the price will drop again. So, because if you watch all the, see, if you watch Solana 2, you see Solana 2 is just running. You know, today we are just running massively, waiting for whatever that he will say. And you could see that right now, if maybe we want to buy Solana, if we buy over here, we can still what? be able to catch all this move, like almost 90 something, right? But me, if I would buy Solana right now, I would just wait for us to sort of drop back to this 80, 85 zone again before I'll buy. So let's wait and see. So Solana too can just fly back, can go back to $300, but that is after whatever Trump decides to say. Maybe we just, you know, finally we go. I'll buy some Solana when the price like drops back to these areas again, 175, 180 before I'll buy. You know, Solana is nice. Just open buy for me. It's not going to be. What's 50? So let's see. Look at Ethereum too. You know, we just keep smashing all these levels. After we after we broke out from this level, we just keep, you know. So I was actually after here, I was waiting maybe we tap here before we buy, but you see, we couldn't even come here. I was waiting for us to like sort of tap this to something, but like we tap before we buy, but he did not do that. He just dropped small and then now. So where's the target for Solana now? You see, so Ethereum is at like its all-time high. You see Ethereum right now. We are just at what the all-time high, which is what literally like 4.8. You see. So now on Ethereum, the question is whatever Trump is coming to say right now, we either just what break for the first time. For the first time, Ethereum has never broken this $5,000 before. So, which means that whatever that Trump will say right now can what easily what break, the all-time high for Ethereum retest, and then what we continue buying, or whatever that he's coming to say will just what drop the price down once again. You see, so the crypto markets is just some way, you know, if if you have enough investment or you bought enough Ethereum around $2,000. Nanka by now you've made $2,500. So sometimes investing in crypto too is nice before, but it takes time, you see, because assuming you were to buy in April, how many weeks now? You know, from April to now, you would have been making 100% in your investment. So crypto trading too is nice before sometimes, crypto there it just takes time, you know. So you see BTC, if I go to BTC now this is the thing, right? BTC right now is like all-time high, right? Now, assuming now you jump and come and buy BTC here. Now this is what people he did not buy it when we broke this level. He did not buy. He did not buy when we had this correction. He did not buy. Then now, now this is what a lot of people are going to do. Buy BTC, buy BTC. Then they'll start buying BTC at the the highest price. You see, at the highest price. And you buy BTC before you see, then you start collapsing against it. Then you start shouting. Then people will start shouting, and BTC is taking my money away. BTC is taking my money away. You see, gold still not doing anything. We are just, you know, it won't do anything. It won't do anything until after Trump. So now we can only talk. You see, so this one too. There's we can still see drops. Me, if I see, the price drops down there, this will be nice areas for if you want to invest in crypto there. This downs would be nice area to be buying. Aside that, there's nothing. You see, aside that, there's nothing. Ethereum to all-time high. Solana. So right now, even if I want to do something on crypto, then Solana will be the best one because Solana still have like all this move to hit like its all-time high. You see, but wait, maybe you can still see 85, 75, then before I buy. Yeah, it's nice. Oil, oil is still here. Nothing. The whole of today, we've not really done anything on oil. So we've hit 60 now. Okay, you see. So if you had opened our buy at a 52, 60 pips back, let's just wait. Let's just wait. Now, this battle is like it has overextended. What is the thing? After, like I was saying something earlier on, that what there's this one basic concept that is the trend line concept. Like after I break off a trend line, target is what high of a trend line, which is like here, right? So now we can just play around over here. That will be the completion of this. Then maybe we'll start dropping once again. But if we break above, right? If we continue and it happens to break above retest, then this will be like, you know, all the way to the upside because you could see, sorry, you could see that this is the range. This is literally like a range over here. This range got broken, and then we are in this another range over here. So when we break this range, which is like when we're able to finally break above this another buy to the upside, you know. But for me to open a buy, since we're already here, I would just love to see some sales before gold 61. Okay, 80 pips. Now, whatever Trump is about to say, if it's going to be something sensible, we can see like a massive sell, but there's no confirmation here. So, so if we had open buys at any of this level, we would have been, you know, up like almost 80 pips. But let's wait. Let's just wait. They're just in a range. So all this one, several times you can see the price drop. Several times you can see it drop. Unless this one finally give us like the buy, the final breakouts, then maybe that's when we'll have like that move. Today, how many pips did we make? I took my first buy here, 80 pips. And then I took one here earlier on for like 40 pips before this one. Now I am just waiting to literally like almost 120 pips today. This one and this one. But they were just like scalping. I entered and I closed. I entered and I closed. I entered and I closed. So let's wait. Let's wait. Let's see. If we are not able to even take any trade today, no problem. Like if you're not, I would love the news to like, then that is the only thing that I am waiting to see if it happens. Fine. 62. Oh, oh, shit, 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 shit. 100 pips. Wow. Okay, no problem. All right, so now we can break even because we've moved almost 160 pips, right? So I am still this news, it can come and then maybe we fly higher or it dumps. So we can break even. We are still in the range. So now it looks like we are sort of like breaking above the range now. But we can break even, and when maybe we drop once again, we can open another buy. So that's like 160 pips. We're risking like 120 pips. So that's literally one is to 1.3. But let's see if we can hit the 80. You know. So now we are picking volume now. This volume is okay. So at first there was no volume. So right now there is volume. So we are just going to wait for Trump's speech, Trump news, right? So now we are only going to wait for Trump's news. And when his news come in the market, if it's going to be good for the gold, then we might just fly, all the way to 4K, 3,400. But let's see if maybe we can still have another sell, before, during, you know, his time, then maybe extra buy, you know. So gold, like I said, don't try to sell gold. The only time we'll start to think about selling gold is a 4-hour close below this zone, which is not happening. So all that we keep doing is look for more buys. So now we could see that we sort of like try breaking this level. Yeah. Yo, I remember your thing from the washing machine. Ah, okay, okay. Then you do the same Sunday. I forget again. Yeah, they make the say what that they do, so they make inside the ground. 4 minutes more for Almighty Trump to start whatever that he wants to start, whatever that he wants to see, and then we'll see some moves. I'll open my buy on 55. I'll open my buy on 55, and I'll use small risk because whatever that he's coming to say, nobody knows.